Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Bush. Welcome to round number 3 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. And we're kicking off this morning with Super Street. We've got Adam Bowers on the start line in the VT Commodore, running for Forza Performance and High Performance World. In beside Alan Stevenson, running for Power Plus Race Fuels of New South Wales. 064 on the tree for Alan in the Rocket Lane. Nice lead first up for him this morning. Looks like Bowers will take the win though. 12.24 with a 0. 1:14 through the finish line to a 12.88 with an 8 at 1:04 for the Ute. Hope everybody has a fantastic day here at Sydney Dragway. The weather is looking absolutely fantastic out there at the moment. Nice brisk morning here in Western Sydney. Alicia Teal taking on Martin Stevenson now. Teal in the HQ running for RJ Industries, custom paint, and she's in this all black HQ. And Martin Stevenson in the black panel van, also running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Pair of red lights on the tree for this one. Stevenson well out in front in that panel van, 10.14 with a 6, 131 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 11.35 with a 9 at 1:18 for Teal in the HQ. Next up, we have Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina. LS1 power on board this one, taking on Peter Giddens in the Cortina, running for Street Neat paint and panel. 347 cubes of Ford between the chassis rails. 031 on the tree for Greenland. We can hear that supercharger whining as he stretches the legs on the Commodore and runs on through for a 10.90, 127 to an 11.52 for Giddens in the Cortina. Next up, Nick Bennett in the Holden Tirana, LS1 on board this one. Bennett taking on Anthony Gadolari in the HQ Ute. Big block Chev, 454 in the utility. Oh, 008 light there for Gadolari. Nice lead for him first up this morning in the Rocket Lane. Going to lead this one start to finish. 10.73, 124. And 11.49 with an 8 there for the Tirana. Christian Norbergen now in the HQ. 427 cubes of Chevy on board. Very nicely presented car, the Magenta HQ. Taking on Henry Spikak in the Commodore Ute. Spikak into full stage now. Tree counts down. Norbergen away much quicker with an 033 light. He's going to lead this one start to finish. And 11.01, 120 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.97 at 1:19 there for Spikak. Next up, Benjamin Love from Armidale in the Plymouth Belvedere. 440 cubes of Mopar on board this one. Haven't seen Benjamin here at Sydney Dragway in my recollection, but fantastic to have him here. Hope he's having a good morning so far and enjoys his day in that Plymouth Satellite, Belvedere, I beg your pardon. Take on Greg Robbins from Molong in the Falcon. 003 red for the Falcon. Running for Churchill Mechanical. The Falcon will get there first, runs through for a 10.99 with a 5 at 120 and a 12.64 with an 8 at 1:05 there for Love in the Aeroflare lane. Next up, Monique Zara in the VT wagon, taking on Steve Dawson. In the pickup, 350 cubes of Chev on board in the pickup. Cool little rat truck sitting down there on the start line. 0.43 on the tree for Zara. Some issues away from the start line for Dawson, but listen to that engine scream in the pickup. 12.25 with a 6, 110 mile an hour for Zara in the Commodore to a 15.22 at 112. I don't think is a representative time for the pickup. Next up, we'll have Jeff Goodwin in the Holden Monaro, taking on Jim Raptis in the yellow Tirana. Down there on the start line. Goodwin running for Speed for Sale Nitrous. Gear Exchange Services, Craig's Automatics, Pedal to the Metal, Sultan's Automotive, and Yamaha Australia. Good list of supporters there for Goodwin. Chris Zammit and Phil Armstrong now. Both these cars just being held on the start line. Ready to go now. Both very experienced racers. Zammit from Doonside, just down the road. Armstrong from Bosley Park. Running for Keystone Acoustic Paneling, Samaria's engines. And the earlier model Commodore will take it 11.17 with a 9, 119 through the finish line to an 11.88 for Zammit in the VT. Next up, Dale Brown and Dave Matasevic. Matasevic in the Cortina, running for DCM Consulting. Little 302 wins are on board this one. 0.34 light there for the Cortina. Nice leave. Very well sorted car, that one. And a 10.63 with a 3, 126 mile an hour through the finish line. A 12.78 with a 5 at 109 for Brown in the Chrysler. Good field of Super Street cars here today. 28 cars entered. Tim Ritzrow and Tex Griffiths. Ritzrow in the Commodore, Griffiths in the Plymouth Satellite. Running for Texas Automotive. .038 light for Griffiths. Nice reaction time for him. Another very well sorted car here in Super Street. 10.5 with a 0. 127 for the Big Plymouth to an 11.87 at 115 for Ritzrow in the Commodore. Next up, Bruce Ritchie from the ACT, the big Chevy Bel Air. Good to see Bruce back here. I think it was round number 1. He had some issues with the concrete wall just past the start line. Broke an axle or wheel studs or something in the drive line. The car turned and hit the wall just past the 60 foot. But Dennis Matzik in the Commodore, a 10.10, 132 will take that one. 13.15 with an 8.98 mile an hour there for Ritchie in the Bel Air. Good to see Bruce back at the racetrack. As I said, there was a reasonable amount of damage done to that car. There's a new front clip, guards and bonnet, etc. Plus the diff components that were damaged. All right, next pairing up. Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana. Running for Bill's Mechanical Power Plus Race Fuels. Taking on Mark Hopkins in this little Holden Tirana. Very stout little car for 312 cubes of Holden power plant in the Tirana. Well, looks like there's something amiss with the Tirana. Came up on a two-step and then hasn't moved out of the start line beams. But Warren through the finish line with a 10-1 with a 6 at 130 mile an hour there. And looks like Mark Hopkins will unfortunately be given a pushback. As I say, I heard one of the cars up on the two-step and then all of a sudden it just went quiet. So hopefully Mark can get that sorted and come back for round number 2 of qualifying here. Of course, we are in Super Street, round number 3 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. With 3 rounds of qualifying scheduled for each of our categories here today. All right, we'll just move on to the next pair. Peter Villaris taking on Richard Matasevic. All-forward battle on the start line. Quite like the way this Falcon's finished off. It's all a bare steel. I think it would have some sort of clear coat over it, but looks absolutely fantastic. Something a little bit different. Matasevic in a very, very nicely presented XYU. Running for Modern Style Kitchens. Out here regularly at Sydney Dragway. Just lifting both fronts, leaving hard 1.4 to the 60 with an 0.51 light. The Ute out in front runs on through for a 10.88 with a 0 at 1.08. And Villaris in the Falcon and 11.98 with a 2 at 1.10. Of course, we are broadcasting a live stream here from the racetrack this morning. Log on to Sydney Dragway YouTube official. So I'd like to welcome everybody who's joined us already on the live stream. Hope you enjoy the coverage here today. Of course, if you're down in the pits and want to keep up to date with what's happening on the racetrack, you could always check that out on your phone or laptop or similar. Looks like we're about to have a little bit of junior licensing. I did hear the call for junior bikes, junior drag bikes, to the staging lanes a little bit earlier this morning. So it's good to have that newest category of of racing here this morning. Of course, they will be doing licensing. But we've seen some reasonably good numbers already appear in that category, which is good. And of course, we will then move into Junior Dragster. All right, Western Weekender, Junior Dragster. Starting off with a few new licenses being hopefully achieved here today in Junior Dragster. 062 light there for the competitor in the rocket lane. Just looking for the number. We'll run through with a 792, 83 mile an hour there. Is Alex Rottenberry. Nice step up there for Alex. 792. Yeah, he must have been moving up into the A Junior Dragster category. Next up, we'll have Adam Jordan from East Kurrajong on the Kawasaki, our first of our Junior Drag Bike competitors here at Sydney Dragway here this morning. I believe these racers finalising their licensing procedure here, so hopefully we can see them in full flight competition Next month, of course, the Nitro Champs. And little Jordan's bike, a Kawasaki EX300, 296 cc's. And runs on through for a 964, 73 mile an hour. Next up in the Rocket Lane, Joshua Burtonshaw. Stepped out of the dragster. Now on the junior drag bike, also on a Kawasaki from Albion Park. Of course, Josh's dad, Daniel, runs a modified bike. And a 10.11 with a 668 mile an hour there for Josh in the Rocket Lane. Anastasia Lucky now. No, definitely not, Ben. You can see this one from a fair distance away. Looks great with the matching leathers though too. On the Yamaha R15, little 150. I reckon this would be the hardest part of the run. It would be getting the procedure right to lift the leg at the right time and throttle down. Not like our Nitro friends where they just sit there on the time. But, the junior drag bike, definitely a category that's been talked about in Australian drag racing for many years. I remember back even when I was racing, there was a couple of drag bikes built up in Queensland. I don't believe they ever competed. They may have done the odd exhibition pass, but certainly it's great to now cater for kids and families that want to get into junior racing, of course, on 2 wheels rather than 4. Anastasia with a nice run now, 12.30 with a 2, 50.95 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Lincoln Dilios. Running for LA Cycles, Apollo Batteries, and Preston Civil. On the Honda, 125cc. .201 reaction time there for Lincoln. And runs on through for a 13.15, 51 mile an hour. Very quiet, that one. All right, I think that, by the sound of it, concludes the junior drag bike licensing here this morning for their first run out. Next up, we're going to move into a junior dragster. On track now, we'll have Ryan Pettiford in the Arnox Enterprises Fine Line Motorsports junior dragster. taking on Daniele Axiak. Axiak running for Lush and New. Bedford also running for Bank of Mum. These cars all powered by single cylinder side valve 4 strokes, all on methanol. Just waiting on Axiak to move into stage. She's got that pre-stage light on. Now into full stage. Not much in their action times for these two. 1:31 for Pettiford. To 1:24 for Axiak. Looks like Axiak out in front. And an 8:07 with a 7 to an 8:7.1 with a 7 for Pettiford. Around about 6 mile an hour difference there for Axiak. Next up, Zane Condello. Savannah Condello. Tell you what, we can't miss there, the crew there for Condello in the big red Mexican hat, matching the red jumper. Condello, I think, took out points in the first round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here. 0.96 on the tree for him, nice lead. And runs on through for an 8:31 with a 5, 77 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9:31 with a 3, 72 mile an hour for Savannah in the rocket lane. Next up, Taylor Smith running for Norwest Parts and Performance, taking on Harry Rako. Rako from Albion Park. He's probably down a little bit in the list, in the point score than he would like. Smith sitting in 7th. Just dropping into full stage now, all the way through. Unfortunately, the run will be disqualified. 1:38 reaction time there for Harry, going on the solo in the rocket lane, and runs on through for a 7.97 with a 6. 80.89 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Chloe Leifting running for Speedflow Products, M-Print Industries and Ice Slushies. Taking on Alex Rafalo from Vineyard in the Sydney Waterscapes Junior. McGee Power Plant on board this one. Lifting into full stage now. 0.34 on the tree for Rafalo. Nice leap, I think out in front at the moment, and will take the win. 8.11 with a 6. 79 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.62 for lifting. Next up, we've got Chloe Reiko taking on Jake McNamara. McNamara running for Arnox Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports. Oh, 001 on the tree for McNamara. Nice light. 0.71 for Reiko, but an awesome reaction time there for McNamara. Runs on through for an 8.12 with a 6. 79 mile an hour to an 8.13 with an 8. Only 0.08 of a second between those two cars across the finish line. Next up, we'll have Alira Cardam from RK Carpentry from Noble Park in Victoria, taking on Liam O'Neill. O'Neill in the Rocket Lane, running for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports and Skips Fire Services. .049 on the treat for Cardam. Nice reaction time. And she'll run on through for an 8.11 with a 5. 78 mile an hour. And O'Neill in the Rocket Lane, a 12.08 with a 9. 52 mile an hour. Zach Rafalo in the Rocket Lane. Zach's just gone in deep. Double red light there. 0.34 red to an 0.73 there for Rafalo. And an 8.34. 70.5 there in the Rocket Lane to a 9.25 with a 4 in the Aeroflow. Next up, Tegan Smith in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo from 5 Dock. Longo sitting at number 2 in the points. Took home the W at the last round. Smith running for Power Cruise Promotions, Lucas Oils, JM Auto Repairs and APM. Longo running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Oh, 008 light there for Jacob. Smith out in front in this one though, 808 with the 0, 79 mile an hour through the finish line. And Longo, all the 8s. 888 with an 8. Will it be his lucky day? Because in some cultures, 8's are the lucky number. Next up, we'll have George Nader. George running for Matooks Racing from Mount Vernon, taking on Johnny Lucy from Menangle, running for Lucy Civil. Lucy in the rocket lane. Strong field of junior dragsters here today as well. 19 of them entered. All right, Lucy into full stage, just waiting on Nader. Track must still have a lot of that fresh bite on it because there's a lot of cars struggling to get into full stage. Only 2,000s in the reaction times, but Nader will take this one, 810 with a 4. To a 12.46 with a 7, 50 mile an hour there for Lucy in the rocket lane. Next up, Brianna Boscovich in the aeroflow lane. Running for Bosco Racing, taking on Archie Boscovich. Running for Sebek Constructions, Diecast Mania and Liverpool Glass. These pair 4 and 5 respectively in the point score so far. Brianna just in front with 150 points. Archie took home the runner-up trophy the last round. .015 on the tree for Brianna. Archie with an 075 red light, but an 864 with a 0. 75 mile an hour there for Archie. To an 897 with a 7. 71 mile an hour there for Brianna in the aeroflow lane. And I think that concludes round number 1 of qualifying here. The Western Weekend Junior Dragsters. Just while we pack up the finish line apparatus, we might throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series, round number 3 at Sydney Dragway.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
All right, we're moving in to Street Fighter now. Ben Roberts in the Aeroflow lane taking on Christian Frizik in the VF Club Sport. And Frizik will take it 12.76 with a 3, 119 mile an hour to a 14.74 there for the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll have Denny Stadelmeyer taking on Mark Elborn. Elborn from Marimba in Holden, Colorado. Stadelmeyer in the AU Falcon. 4 litre 6 on board. 026 on the tree for Stadelmeyer. He's out in front. Of course, if you like the idea of this drag racing caper and want to get in at grassroots level, this is the category for you. 13.80, 98 mile an hour there for Stadelmeyer, and Elborn a 19.22 there in the Colorado. Next up, we'll have Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport, taking on Nicholas Bennett in the little Holden Gemini. 202 Holden on board in the Gemini. Bennett from Mudgee, running for Mudgee Carpet Court. Nice light out of the Gemini 030. So in racing, you'd have a 10th.5 up his sleeve. So the Commodore is not going to get there. 13.46 with a 3. Next up, Jack Matasevic taking on Scott Goodison. Goodison in the Mitsubishi Legnum. Matasevic in the Falcon. Matasevic away nicely. 2-1-1 to the 60. Stretching the legs of the Falcon. And we'll run on through for a 14-1-8. 98 mile an hour there. To a 16.02 there for the Mitsubishi Legnum. Next up, we'll see Con Esther take on Don Zammit. Esther in the airflow lane. Very nicely presented Falcon. XR8. Zammit in the VT Commodore. Running for DHL. Zammit currently sitting in third position in the point score. Only 10 points behind the lead. Technically second because there's 2 races on the same number in front of him. Both races just coming up to the Christmas tree right now. .048 green on the tree for Zammit. .058 red there for Costa. The run will still count, of course. The wagon will take it 13.11 with a 2.108 mile an hour. To a 13.98 with a 2.101 for Con Esther in the Falcon there. Next up, Dave Muscat in the Mini. Running for RPM Racing. A 1.6 litre power plant on board in the Mini. Taking on Sean Darnell in the I-30. Muscat away with an 0.90 light. Out in front of the I-30 and should take the win here. 16.00, 87 mile an hour there, and Danelle in the Hyundai 17.04, 82 mile an hour. Of course, as I say, they'll have 2 more shots at qualifying. 3 rounds of qualifying for each category here today. Then they'll move into racing, some categories running a Chicago shootout, others running elimination. Next up, we'll move into a street bike. We've got Adrian Watson on the Yamaha R6, running for Shed Built Racing, taking on Angela Phipps. Phipps running for Fittings 24/7 and Pro-Tune Motorcycles. 020 on the tree for Watson. Phipps stretching the legs now, will get the win. 10.69 with a 7. 141 mile an hour. To an 11.46 with a 5. At 127 there for Watson. Next up, Michael Riches taking on Jesse Barnes. Barnes second in our point score, but tied first on points. 201 light there for Jesse on the Yamaha YZF R3, only 320 cc's. And Richards will take it a 10.62 with a 3, 131 to a 14.20 at 88 mile an hour there for Barnes in the Rocket Lane. Next up, Tristan Anderson from Toongavi on the Royal Enfield 600 twin, taking on Mick Withers on the Harley Davidson Road King. 002 red light there for Withers. The big Harley leading the way. 13.36 there, 98 mile an hour there for Withers in the Rocket Lane to a 14.17, 90 mile an hour there for Anderson in the Rocket Lane, in the Aeroflow lane, I beg your pardon. Phil Gardner now on the Yamaha. 900 triple in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Sean Close from Muswellbrook on the Suzuki. .019 red there for Gardner. 11.49 with a 4, 121 mile an hour there in the Aeroflow lane to a 13.32 with a 5 at 105 in the Rocket lane. Next up, Jeremy Fisher from Leichhardt on the Royal Enfield. Taking on Thomas Fairway Cuthbert in the Rocket lane. 10.99 with a 6, 126 mile an hour there for Cuthbert to a 13.46 with a 9. Next up we'll have Stefan Stafala in the Aeroflow lane. .087 on the tree for Stafala. And a 13.46 with a 4 in the Rocket lane there. Next up, Michael Borg and Lorenzo Capogna. Borg from Pendle Hill on the Kawasaki in the Aeroflow lane. Capogna from Mount Pritchard, running for Little Tokyo. VP Race Fuels, Powerhouse Cycles. Oh, pair of red lights on the start line. A big one there for Capogna. He'll still get a time though. That V-Rod marching on through the finish line. 9.09 with a 9. 142 mile an hour to a 9.94 with a 4. 133 there. Next up, Dave Mead taking on Ryan Franks. Mead on the Kawasaki 1500. Franks on the Suzuki Hive, also running for GSF Engineering. Frank's a little bit loose off the start line there. We can see the bike turn to the right on the end of the throttle. Mead away nicely, 0.52 light, runs on through for a 9.01 with a 7, 142 through the finish line to a 10.94 with a 5 at 125 there for Franks in the Rocket lane. Next up we'll have Robert Simmons in the Aeroflow lane taking on Travis McClatherty. McClatherty running for United Speed Shops, Live Tools. He's on the Suzuki GSXR 750. Simmons on a Hayabusa. Simmons will take it 9.26 with a 6, 148 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.27 with a 9 there. Of course, modified bike brought to us by bikereview.com.au. On track now, Bobby Joe Simmons and Ian Hill. Hill in the rocket lane on the Honda. Running for Pensioner Racing. Bobby Joe away nicely with an 034 light. She's running for Reed Carpentry and will take the win. 9:45 with a 6, 1:53 through the finish line to a 9:77 with an 8 at 1:43 in the rocket lane for Hill. Next up, Santina Keith on the Royal Enfield, running for Revelry Cycles AGV helmets. Trinity Racewear, Sydney Custom Spray Painting. Taking on Albie Davidson, Western Smash Repairs. On the digger. Looks like Santina will take the win though. 10:53 with a 9, 1:33 through the finish line. Davidson at 12:06 at 1:19. I think there was a couple of issues there for Davidson in the rocket lane. Next up, Ronnie Adams from the Rellan for Ron Building Supplies on the Destroyer. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Lucas Nigo in the rocket lane on the Suzuki. Good field of modified bikes here this weekend. 16 entered for the day. 033 to an 032. Only 1,000 off the start line, but there's some issues there for Adams. Nebo through the finish line with a 9:54. 154 mile an hour. 140 mile an hour, beg your pardon, to a 14:28 there for Adams in an unrepresentative time. Next up, we'll have Wally Hoster on a solo to complete the round. He's on his Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Running for BC Performance. And runs on through for a 9:17. 158 mile an hour through the finish line. And we're moving into a Super Sedan now. And we're starting the round off with Sean Marr in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Nathan Watt in the Rocket lane. Watt's Commodore, supported by Grant's Performance, Burson Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. Mars Tirana, supported by St Mary's Engine Services. .027 green on the tree there for Marr. 005 red for Watt. And a 920 with a 145 mile an hour run there for Marr to take the win by 34 thousandths of a second across the finish line. It looked very close from up here. Next up, all forward battle. We've got Ross Bilby in the Cortina. In the Aeroflow lane, taking on Sam Damascus from Greenacre in the Ford Capri. Damascus with a 368 cube Windsor on board. 434 on board for Bilby. Wheels up launch as always there for Bilby. 046 on the tree. Damascus slowly reeling him in, but it's not going to get there. 968 with an 8. 137 mile an hour there for Bilby. Damascus a 976 with a 2. Next up, Niall Mitchell taking on Trent Carberry. Carberry in the XF Falcon. 351 on board for him. St Mary's Engines and Carberry Auto Repairs backing the Falcon. Wicked Customs and Restos. And Big J's Automotive on board for the Gemini. Just lifting that left front there for Carberry. 034 on the tree though, nice light for him. And a 919 with a 4. At 146 to a 1081 with a 0. Next up, Cameron Pease in the little Toyota Corolla. A 1J on board, 2.5 litre Toyota 6-cylinder. In hot pursuit of the Falcon. The Falcon leaving it very nicely with an 022 light. But a 953 with a 6 at 142 mile an hour for the Falcon will get the win. An 884 with a 7 there for Pease in the Corolla. Next up in the Cortina, we've got Dean Giddens taking on Larry Etzel. Etzel in the Nissan, the Mopar powered Nissan. Giddens Cortina running for Shorty's Racing. It's West End Performance. Just under a 10th difference across the finish line. 10.03 with a 1 for Giddens to a 10.21. Etzel in the Nissel. Next up, Joe Cabora in the Ute, running for J Performance. And JRE 424 cubes of Ford power plant in the utility, taking on Andrew Little in the Camaro. 350 Chev on board in the Camaro. .020 wheels up launch there for Cabora. Car standing up on those big tyres. Out in front, a 905 with a 0, 146 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 977 with a 3 at 136 there for Andrew Little in the Camaro. Next up, Naomi Dyson, running for B&S Waterproofing and Penrite Oils. She's in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Jimmy Denaro, running for AAP Performance Automatics. Denaro chassis, Western Auto Picks and 1320 Web Design. Waiting on Denaro to move into stage. He's in there now. 003 on the tree. Good close race once again. A 928 with a 0 for Naomi to take the win. 146 mile an hour. Denaro a 942 with a 3 at 144. Pete Hamilton in the wagon, taking on Brett McNiff. McNiff in the Valiant. Unfortunately, the starters just checking the start line. McNiff given the all clear. Of course, running for St Mary's Engine Services. This car been around for a long, long time. Hamilton running for Perfection Automotive. Penrite Oils from Hume in the ACT. 006 on the tree for McNiff to 084 there for Hamilton. The Valiant in front on half track, but I think the wagon will come around him. No, it doesn't. 913 with a 6 there for McNiff. 146 mile an hour to a 910 with a 3. 152. Only 400s across the finish line. Bill Peterkaris in this gorgeous Ford Falcon. 440 cubes of Clevo on board. Running for Concrete Works from Earlwood. In beside Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. Oh, 1-3 on the tree for Zammit. Peterkaris over towards the centre line. And Zammit will take the win. 10.09 with a 6 at 143 mile an hour to a 9.91 with a 7 at 135 there for Peterkaris in the Falcon. Next up, Dave Gruber in the LIT Consulting Specialised Towing. LJ Tirana taking on Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina. 035 in the tree for Gruber. He is gone and out of there. .926 with a 6 there for Gruber to a 10.81 with a 4. The Cortina. Next up, Chelsea Smith in the LS1 powered Hold Commodore, taking on Michael Upton from Silverdale in the little Tirana. 350 Chevy on board in the Tirana. Unfortunately, the Tirana being pushed back here. And a little bit of fluid left on the start line. Smith will go on the solo. Car moved around a little bit off the start line, but Chelsea stayed in it. A little bit of a pedal there. And a 10.32 with a 6, 133 mile an hour. right, let's move into a modified eliminator. On track now, we've got a pair of front engine dragsters. George Bukareshlev running for Race Max Direct in the Aeroflot lane, taking on Craig Davies in the Rocket lane. Welcome to all our viewers on the YouTube Sydney Dragway official YouTube page. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here today. Of course, also welcome to all our patrons out in the stands and down in the pits. I hope you're enjoying the sights, the smells, the sounds of drag racing here at Sydney Dragway. Both these competitors about to hit the quarter mile. Just waiting on Craig Davies to move into full stage. Tree will count down 0.34 on the tree for Davies to an 0.55 for Bukareshlev. The Scorcher out in front. 7.86 with a 2, 170 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up we'll have Alison Stewart and Jenny Petrie. Stewart in the rear engine dragster, Petrie in the Fiat Topolino. Stewart running for LA Racing Lubricants, Jeff's Racing Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography and Madman Productions. Petrie in the Rocket lane, running for Penrite Oils, St Mary's Engines and Mix Metal Roofing. So the dragster out in front, 8.29 with a 9, 139 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8.50 at 1.52 there for Petrie in the Fiat. Next up, Kelsey Walford-Lay in this beautifully presented T-Bucket Altered, running for Skips Fire Services. Out of the ACT Big Block Chev on board for her 502 cubes. Saw her first 7-second pass in this car recently here at Sydney Dragway. She's taking on Steve Jones from Northwest Parts and Performance. Also running for Armada Windscreens. Lone Chevy 400 cube. .019 on the tree for Lay. Car is out of there and runs on through for a 7.90. Nearly into the 7.8s there for Walford to a 9.89 with an 8 there for Jones in the Rocket lane. Next up we'll have Fiona Crisp in the Aeroflot lane. Taking on Adriana McCaskill. McCaskill in the Rocket lane, running for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services. 16 cars entered in Modified Eliminator here today. Crisp in the Aeroflot lane, running for GT Skips. Oh, not much in this one. 0-1-7 on the tree for Crisp to a 009 there for McCaskill. McCaskill will take it 7-1-1 with an 8. 188 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 788, I think it was there for Crisp in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Lou Caponado, running for Platinum Powder Coating. Also racing for Mix Metal Roofing, Race Max Direct, Arnell Park Auto Electrical, Motorsport Connections, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, and Advanced Product Design. A big list of sponsors on board for Lou Caponado. Lucky he's got a dragster. He's got plenty of bodywork he can cover with signage. And in beside in the rocket lane, we've got Danielle McCaskill running for Mark 1 Welding in the MSW Dragster. Big block Chev on board for both these cars. Double 01 red there for McCaskill. She was chasing the light because modified eliminator cars qualify on reaction times. 7:38 with a 6 at 180 mile an hour for McCaskill. She'll take the win to a 7:49 with a 4 at 180 for Caponado. Next up, another pair of front engine dragsters. Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Joe Zulu in the rocket lane. Zulu running for Professionals Realty at Kashula. And a JZ Holden 6 Performance. Zulu will get there first at 8:63 with a 5, 153 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8:94 with a 6 at 146 there for Carlton in the Aeroflow. There are Holden powered race cars on the start line. Holden 6 powers both these cars. Dan Ryanminster taking on Gary Durrington. Durrington in the dragster. Ryanminster in the altered. Durrington will take it 10.15 with a 2:129 mile an hour. To an 11:38 with a 9 at 124. Next up, Lee Hartle-Law and Jess Turner to do battle. Hartle-Law in the Ford Roadster. Running for BK Race Engines and Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. Turner running for ETS Race Fuels. Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, and Denso Spark Plugs. Who's that down there, Ben, making all that racket? One of our top sportsman cars waiting to commence the burnout. This is what we can hear on the mics. Just waiting on Hartle-Law to move into stage. Turner should be a high 6, 200 mile an hour. Wheels up, launch for the dragster. Sub 1 second, 994 to the 60. That car straight as an arrow, 670, 190 mile an hour. 670, 199 mile an hour to an 804 with a 3, 164 there for Hardelor in the aeroflare lane. Awesome run there for Turner, coupled with an 0.20 reaction time. We'll certainly see her up towards the pointy end of the field in qualifying. We're now moving into Top Sportsman. All right, Craig Corbett in the Commodore, in the white Commodore, running for JM Auto Repairs. 406 cubes of supercharged power plant in the Commodore. He's lined up quite crooked on the start line, pointing to the left side of the scoreboard. With the car spinning the wheels quite violently on the hit of the throttle, taking on Joe Gadolari in the VL. Gadolari will take it 718 with a 9. Beg your pardon, 860. 157. I was going to say I didn't think Joe had run that quick. It helps if I look at the right, the right line on the screen. Doesn't it? Because I was reading the 1,000-foot time. Whoopsie, rookie mistake. I'm only new here. It's my first day. Oh, big burnout from both these two. Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova, running for Grant's Performance. There's 400 cubes of blown injected small block in that Nova. Backing back from about the 300-foot mark. Taking on Joe Sorbello. Sorbello in the Datsun Skyline. LS2 on board for him. Supercharged this car, done just a few passes here at Sydney Dragway. Although Whitmore would be up there too, he's here every opportunity he can. .027 or an 024. The Nova out in front. Moving just towards the center line at the finish line. 02802 with a 1. 171 mile an hour there for Whitmore through the finish line to a 901. 144 there for Sorbello in the airflow lane. Next up, Josh Boscovich and Lisa Sargent. Boscovich in the XA Coupe, running for Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Big burnout from the XA. Taking on Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova, running for Sargent's Metal Roofing and All Flex Engineering. Sargent getting very loose on the end of the throttle there. I think Bosco wasn't full throttle either. Big wheels up launch there for the Falcon. 8:59 with a 1:54 there for Boscovich, but Sargent's car very loose on the start line. Did a good job there to keep the car on the straight and narrow. Start line crew just checking out the start line there for Sargent. Next pairing out will be Stephen Willies in the Ford Torino and Jeffrey Sargent in the Chevy Camaro. One of my favourite cars here in Top Sportsman. Both very pretty American muscle cars. 632 cubes of Ford big block in the Torino to only 522 for Sargent. Sargent with the Nitro sticker on the back window there. I'm sure, more than sure, makes up for a few lesser cubic inches. Big perch there on the start line. Willie's car turning sharply to the left on the head of the throttle there. And Sargent leaving way early, well before the third amber. Was probably lucky to get a time recorded there. 810 with a 6, 172 mile an hour for him. All right, back in to junior drag bike. That was Joshua Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane, running a 9.98 with a 2.68 mile an hour through the finish line, taking on Adam Jordan in the Rocket lane, who ran a 9.63. Next pairing out will be Lincoln Delius from Hoxton Park, running for LA Cycles, and Preston Civil on the Honda. And Anastasia Lucky. Lucky on the Yamaha R15 in the Rocket lane. 150 cc's. Lincoln away nicely. Anastasia, I think, with some issues on the start line, but that's just a practice. And Lincoln runs through for a 12.88 with a 2. 150 mile an hour through the finish line. Anastasia away now. Let's see what she can do at the finish line. A 25.04, of course. I think breaking the beam on the start line gives her an unrepresentative time at the finish line. Up Alex Rottenberry going through some licensing procedures. He went 7.92 earlier this morning. Into full stage now, the tree counts down. Alex away with an 0.82 reaction time. Goes 1.76 to the 60. And an 8 flat. Goes 8 flat on the 8th mile. 82.9 mile an hour. Nice pass there for Alex and the team. Now moving into qualifying session round number 2 for junior dragsters. And we've got the Rafalo brothers. Zach in the Aeroflow lane. Alex in the Rocket lane. Nice reaction times from both. 0.65 for Zach in the Aeroflow lane to an 0.18 there for Alex. And Alex will take it 8.16 with a 4.78 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.24 with a 5 at 72. Next up, our points leader, Danielle Axiak in the Aeroflow lane this time. Taking on Zane Candello. Zane in the Rocket lane. Axiac just bringing that full stage light on. And 004 red on the tree for her to an 024 green for Condello. Axiac out in front though, 806 with a 7, backs up her 807 with a 7. 100th of a second difference, an 840 there for Condello in the rocket lane. Next up, Chloe Reiko. In the airflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah in the rocket lane. .066 on the tree for Chloe. Car leaving the start line very nicely for her and runs on through for an 8004. 80.6 mile an hour through the finish line to a 955 at 67 mile an hour there for Condello in the rocket lane. Next up we'll have Johnny Lucy and Tegan Smith. Looks like Lucy's car not idling down properly. There we go. .065 red on the tree for Tegan Smith in the rocket lane, but she'll run through with an 810, 79 mile an hour. And a 1242 with a 5. I'll give him 50 mile an hour there for Johnny. Backing up his 1246 from earlier. Next up, Harry Reiko now, taking on Georgia Leifting. Harry in the aeroflow lane. Pretty cool car, this one under lights. It's got all LEDs underneath it. Taking on Georgia Leifting in the rocket lane for Speedflow Products. M Print Industries, McGrath Meats, Ice Slushies, Aqua Bliss Candles, and Claire Bear Swim School. Good list of sponsors on board for Claire. For Georgia in the rocket lane. .003 on the tree for Harry. To a 007 red for Georgia. Harry out in front here though. 806 with a 7. At 80 mile an hour. To a 925 at 67.5. Next up, Taylor Smith. Running for Northwest Parts and Performance. Taylor didn't get a run in before she had problems on the start line in her first qualifying attempt. Charlotte Leifting in the rocket lane. Lifting qualified 12th so far. 0.39 on the tree for Lifting. Nice reaction time. She's out in front at the moment and will stay there. 8.58 with an 8. 74 mile an hour to an 8.67 there for Smith in the aeroflow lane. Next up, Jake McNamara taking on Ryan Pettiford. Both teammates running for Fine Line Motorsports, Arnox Enterprises. 007 to an 010. They're trying to psych each other out there. Jake with the better reaction time. He's out in front, runs on through for an 8.07 with an 8. 8.07 with an 8, 77 mile an hour to an 8.71 with a 5 at 74 there for Ryan in the rocket lane. Next up we'll have Brianna Boscovich in the aeroflow lane, taking on Alira Cardam in the rocket lane. Cardam, our 6th qualifier. Boscovich down the list a little bit in number 10. Oh, 33 on the tree for Carter. Out in front and should take the win here. 8.12 with a 2, 78 mile an hour. And an 8.8 with all the 8s. That's the second time today, Ben. It's one pair out though, because I think Jacob did it on the last run. And he's next up in the rocket lane once again. Those two races there with an identical time down to the thousandths of a second, which you wouldn't see that often, except maybe Super Gas. Probably more chance in Super Gas. But next up we'll have Liam O'Neill in the aeroflow lane for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services taking on Jacob Longo. Longo running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. George Nader in the airflow lane, running for Matux Racing, taking on Archie Boscovich in the rocket lane. Archie, our number 2 qualifier, with an 8.64. Nader in 5th with an 8.10. And an 8.10 with a 6.79 mile an hour there for Nader. That car very, very consistent. And Boskovic, an 8.66 with a 7 there at 75. E2 not too far away from the first round of qualifying time that was recorded. And I think that was our last pair in Junior Dragster. Their second qualifying session now run and done. And our next category out will be Street Fighter. In the meantime, I'm just going to throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
How does an engine keep going out here? Well, that was an easy one.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Fighter, round number 2 qualifying, about to get underway. We've got Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the XR8 Falcon. Aeroflow lane taking on Danny Stadelmeyer. Mount Hunter, AU Falcon in the Rocket lane. Danny away nicely with an 0.57 light. The manually shifted AU out in front. And a 13.68 with a 7, 100.6 mile an hour for him, to a 14.76 with a 4 at 95 for Roberts in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Sean Darnell in the Hyundai i30, taking on Mark Elborn. Elborn in the Colorado for Power Plus Fuels. And a 1691, 81 mile an hour there for Darnell in the i30. And an 18:53 at 75 for Elborn in the Colorado. Of course, if you, as I said before, you want to get involved in the grassroots racing here at Sydney Dragway, come along to the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. Enter into either Street Fighter or Street Bike, depending on which type of vehicle you like to race. And you can try your hand at Dial Your Own Motorsport here at Sydney Dragway. 015 on the tree for Wayne Smith to an 023 for Scott Goodison. Pair of good reaction times. Smith a 13:32 with a 6:104 to a 15:8, I think it was there for Goodison in the Rocket Lane. Christian Friesek in the VF Club Sport on the start line, taking on Dave Muscat in the Mini Cooper. Muscat, a regular racer here at Sydney Dragway at the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday nights. 021 red for the Mini. Ooh, some issues there for the Commodore. It didn't sound like you got to the top of second gear or something, and then there was some silence. 14:01 at 106 there for Friesek, and a 16:35 with a 2 at only 87 mile an hour there for Muscat in the Mini. And next pairing out will be Don Zammit in the VT wagon, taking on Jake Matasevic in the Falcon sedan. .039 on the tree for Zammit in the wagon. He's out in front, and that's probably where he'll stay, but I think Matasevic will keep him honest as best he can. 13:05, 107 there for Zammit to a 14:37, 98 mile an hour there for Matasevic in the Rocket Lane. Nicholas Bennett in the Gemini, taking on Con Esther in the Falcon. Bennett for Mudgee Carpet Court. 048 on the tree. Little Holden 202 in the Gemini. And a 13:44 with a 4. 98 mile an hour there for Bennett to a 13:9 with a 4. It was for Con Esther. Next up, Glenn Garlick in the Holden Commodore. Going on a solo in the Rocket Lane. Just over 2 seconds to the 60 foot, and it runs on through for a 13:11 with a 0 at 108. Next up, Jesse Barnes in the Aeroflow lane, running for Pro Tour Motorcycles. Little Yamaha taking on Daniel Burtonshaw. Burtonshaw in the Rocket lane, running for D&J Haulage. 250 light there for Barnes. And some issues with Daniels. Burtonshaw's bike got to the top of first gear and didn't want to shift, but unfortunately having to abort the run. A 14.21 with an 8.89 mile an hour for Barnes though. Next up, we'll see Michael Richards and Adrian Watson. Richards in the aeroflow lane on the Suzuki, running for AMS water meters. .099 light for the little Suzuki 750. And a 10.61 with a 5, 132 mile an hour there for Richards in the aeroflow lane. Watson oh, that disappeared very quickly. Missed it, sorry. Thomas Verway Cuthbert taking on Mick Withers this time around. Cuthbert out in front. And we'll take the win. 10.96 with a 6, 126 mile an hour. And Mick Withers there, a 13.55 at 98. Through the finish line. Next up, we will see Stefan Stafala on the Harley-Davidson Night Rod Special. Take on Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield. A little bit of wheel spin there for Stafala on the start line. And he'll run on through for a 10.51 with a 5 at 132 to a 14.08 with a 6 at 91 mile an hour there for Anderson in the rocket lane. Next up, Angela Phipps on the Suzuki, taking on Phil Gardner on the Yamaha. Nice reaction time for Phipps, 0.36. And she'll take the win, runs a 11.14 with a 0, 140.8 mile an hour. Next up, Sean Close takes on Jeremy Fisher. Close in the aeroflow lane. On the Suzuki GS XF. Fisher on the Royal Enfield. Looks like Close is out in front at the moment. And we'll take the win. 13.13 with a 7 at 105 to a 13.53 with an 8. Next up, Benjamin Love from Armidale in the Plymouth Belvedere. 440 cubes of Mopar power plant on board, taking on Steve Dawson in the supercharged Ford pickup. Running for Armidale windscreens and Northwest Parts and Performance. Looks like the pickup out in front at the moment. And we'll take the win. 11.95 with a 2, 113 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.63 with a 5 at 104. A lot cleaner run that time around for the pickup in the Rocket Lane. Next up, Peter Giddens and Chris Zamet. Rob Matzik in the big block Chevy Camaro, away nicely with a 077 light, being chased by Adam Bowers in the Commodore. The Camaro will take it 11.13 with a 6.119 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.31 with a 9 there for Bowers in the Rocket Lane. Next up, Henry Spickhack in the utility takes on Guy Greenland in the wagon. Greenland will take the win. 11.49 with a 3 at 128 to an 11.99 with a 0 at 117. Next up, Janice Matzik in the Chevy Camaro. This one at 383. Cuba on board, taking on Alan Stevenson in the HQ Ute. 253 Holden motor on board in the Ute. 098 on the tree for Matzik. And a 10.15 at 133 to a 12.78 with a 6 at 104 for Alan Stevenson. David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina, taking on Alicia Teal now. Matasevic away nicely with an 027. He's out in front right now. 10.63 with a 3 at 126 mile an hour. I think that's very, very close to his last run. And 11.40 with a 4 at 118. Alicia Teal in the HQ. Next up, Dale Brown and Tim Ritzrow. Brown in the Chrysler. Ritzrow in the Commodore. Up Phil Armstrong in the Holden Commodore, running for Keystone Acoustic Paneling. He's taking on Martin Stevenson this time around. Stevenson in the panel van, or the drag van as it's known. Very quick little car, this one. Chevy 350 on board. Into the low 10s. Just lifting the left fronts, 0.99 on the tree for Stevenson. And and runs on through for a 10.07 at 133. Armstrong and 11.20. Next up, Richard Matasevic this time around in the XY utility, taking on Jeff Goodwin. Goodwin in the Monaro. .023 red for the Ute. 044 green for Goodwin in the Monaro. Good side-by-side race. I think Matasevic out in front though. A 10.77 at 123. Wasn't quite as close as I thought, but either way, not a bad pass for either racer. All right, Mark Hopkins back to the start line once again. Had some issues on the start line for the first qualifying session. Let's see what he can do. In beside Jim Raptus in the Rocket Lane. I don't know what I was thinking there. Maybe the yellow car, I think, is what's thrown me. Although they're not even remotely close. A nice little left front lift on the start line there for Jim Raptus. I think the yellow Tirana just in front. A 10.49 with an 8, 126 mile an hour charge to a 10.96 with a 4 at 121 for Hopkins in the bronze Tirana. Next up, Tex Griffiths taking on Monique Zara. Zara in the wagon. Griffiths in the big satellite. .004 green for Griffiths. 1.4 to the 60. The big Plymouth out in front. And a 10.44 at 128. And a 12.22 with a 2 there for Zara in the wagon. Next up, Greg Robbins from Molon, taking on Peter Villaris from Oatlands in the Go Logistics Falcon. Lots of wheel spin there for Villaris in the Falcon. Robbins away nicely. And a 10.97 with a 7, 1.19 for Robbins in the airflow lane to a 12.56, I think it was there for Villaris in the Rocket Lane. Craig Warren from Reevesby in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana, taking on Christian Norbergen. And a 10.22 with a 130 mile an hour for Warren. Next up, we'll have Anthony Gadolari in the utility taking on Bruce Ritchie in the Chef Bel Air. .033 on the tree for Gadolari. He's out in front, the big block Chev. And runs on through for 10.70. 124 mile an hour to a 10.89 with a 10.87 with a 9 at 124 there for Bruce Ritchie in the big Chevy Bel Air. to bikereview.com.au, modified bike. And that's David Mead and Lorenzo Campogna. Campogna with some issues on the hit of the throttle. Mead through nicely with a 9.06 with a 9 at 141 mile an hour. And Campogna at 12.03 at 117. As I say, that will be unrepresentative of that motorcycle. Next up, Travis McCleverty on the Suzuki in the aeroflow lane, taking on Michael Borg in the rocket lane. Borg on the Kawasaki ZX12R, 004 red for Borg. You'll run through first, 9.93 with an 8. 10.10 for McCleverty at 134. Lucas Nigo in the aeroflow lane, taking on Santina Keith in the rocket. Keith on the Royal Enfield. Go through first, 9.55 with a 6, 140 mile an hour, and Keith a 10.71. Next up, Mark Davies on the Suzuki, taking on Ryan Franks. Davies unfortunately left way early there. And Franks runs on through for 10.50 at 127. Wally Holster on the BC Performance Suzuki GSX R1000, taking on Bobby Joe Simmons on the Hayabusa. .022 on the tree for Holster. 2:51 there for Bobby Joe. And Holster will take the win, 9.37 with a 0, 155. Next up, Ian Hill on the Honda CBR 1000, taking on Robert Simmons on the Hayabusa. Simmons away nicely with an 0.36 light. Out in front. Nice, clean pass for him. 9.23 with a 1.49 mile an hour, thank you. And a 9.7 there for the aeroflow lane. All right, solo run here for Albie Davidson from Rutherford, running for Western Smash Repairs. And TD Motorsports. Again, some issues on the start line there for the Digger. All right, looks like we're moving into Extreme Bike now. Keep your eyes on Darren Foley in the airflow lane. This bike was running low sevens at, I think, 200 mile an hour last time out here at Sydney Dragway. Running for Rams Head Services. CHE Precision Auto. Looks like the bike in the rocket lane, the quicker of the two there, 813 with a 168. Next up, Thomas Stoham. Taking on Christopher Hocking in the rocket lane. Hocking is gone. 902 with a 9. 149 mile an hour. To a 987 with a 5 at 141. For the aeroflow lane. Brent Gilliver in the airflow lane, taking on Sherry Buggy. Gilbert, an 8.99 with a 3 at 145 through the finish line to a 12.48 with a 9 there for Buggy, an unrepresentative time. Next up, Jeff Gradden in the aeroflow lane, taking on Ben Newman. Newman from Kellerville Ridge on the Benny's Pull Foreman Steel. Suzuki Hayabusa, I think, has had a paint job in the since the last round. He was white last time, I'm pretty sure. Big wheels up launch there, and a wiggle, and wheels up again there for Ben Newman. Struggling to get the front of that bike on the ground. And again, we see an 8 with all the 8s. That's 3 times today. 158 mile an hour there, and a 929 with a 1 there for Jeff Gradden. Next up, Wesley Andrews in the airflow lane, taking on Joseph Curry. Curry running for K&S Autosports, Southport. And Andrews running for InStyle Interiors and Construction. .064 on the tree for Curry. Fair bit of wheel spin for Andrews on the start line though. Curry will take it. 897 with a 3, 145. To a 966 with a 7 at 154 for Andrews in the airflow lane there. Next up, Diana's Party taking on Brendan Miglianico on the Suzuki GSXR 1000 for Rams Head Services. .013 red for Brendan, but that does not matter. He's on a mission. 763 with an 8, 191 mile an hour. To a 960, 126 there for Azapati in the airflow lane. Brett Copping. On the Suzuki. One, 2, 4 to the 60. Brett moving over towards the wall, just rolling out of the throttle there. I think 2, 8, 2, 4 with a 0. 142 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up in the rocket lane, we've got Edge Malice from Essendon in Victoria, running for Brooks Performance in the USA on the Kawasaki HZR 998 cc's, running for the CIM Wellness Centre. Unrepresentative pass there, but still 133 mile an hour. Sporty Cordies everywhere. Graham Blackman. 347 Winslow running for Queanbeyan Engine Services. Taking on Dean Giddens in the Mark II Cortina. Just lifting the left front there for Giddens on the hit of the throttle. 115 reaction time. He's out in front, the little blue Cortina. 10.17 with a 2, 131 mile an hour through the finish line. And Blackman a 10.90. Next up, Trent Carberry in the airflow lane, taking on Ross Bilby. Bilby in the Cortina. Oh, Carberry. Carberry's car twisting right up on the start line there. I wonder if something's gone away in the suspension on that car. And Bilby, a 9.76 with a 5 at 136. Carberry's car twisting way up over to the right-hand side there. You can see on the heat of the throttle, the car just turned straight to the right and actually ran over the edge of the blue paint right on the end where it narrows into the point. Almost like it's had a shock malfunction or something like that, or next up, Nathan Watt and Andrew Little. Watt in the BL, out in front, left with an 0.72 light. 003 on the tree for Little though. And Watt will take the win. 9 at 21 with a 5, 145 to a 9.72 with a 6 at 136 there for Watt, for Andrew Little, sorry. Next up, Niall Mitchell in the Gemini, taking on Pete Hamilton in the wagon. Hamilton with the nitrous-assisted 365 cube Chevy. Running for Perfection Automotive. .006 on the tree for Hamilton. And runs on through for an 8.93 with a 5, 151 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up we have Sam Danaskis in the Ford Capri, taking on Dave Gruber in the LJ Tirana. Only 4 thousandths in their reaction times. Danaskis 0.16, slightly slower than Gruber. And Gruber takes it 9.31 with a 6 at 142. Next pairing out, Bill Peter Karras in this Ford Falcon, taking on Naomi Dyson in the Pontiac Firebird. Oh, Peter Karras way over towards the centre line. The car went looking for that, I think, on the last run as well. 9.37 with a 2, 146 there for Dyson in the rocket lane to a 9.98 with a 6 at 134 for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Next up we will have Jimmy Denaro and Sean Marr. I reckon this is just a practice run for a little bit later on this afternoon in eliminations. These two been head-to-head many a time before. .016, the better reaction times for the Tirana. The Tirana out in front runs 9.22 with a 1, 145 through the finish line. 9.42 with a 9 at 1:43 for Gennaro in the Cortina. Next up, we will see Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore taking on Chelsea Smith. .004 on the tree for Zammit. 015 for Smith in the white Commodore. Zammit will take the win 10-1-3 with a 130.99 through the finish line. Next up, Larry Edsel taking on Michael Upton. Upton from Silverdale in the LC Tirana. Had some issues on the first qualifying pass, did not record a time. 084 on the tree. The Tirana moved around just a little bit on the hit. But we'll get there first. 998 with a 132 mile an hour through the finish line. And Edsel in the aeroflare lane, a 10.15 with a 6. Next up, we have Cameron Pease in the Toyota Corolla. A 1J Toyota 6-cylinder on board, 2.5 litre turbocharged 6-cylinder. This thing into the 8s earlier today. Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Small block Chev on board for him. Running for Cowie signs. Pease is off in hot pursuit, but I don't think he's going to catch the Suzuki. 9.55 with a 9, 138 there for Cowie, and an 8.84 with a 5 for Pease in the Corolla. Joe Cabora for J Performance and JRE in the yellow utility, taking on Brett McNiff in the St Mary's Engines Valiant VG Coupe. Chrysler 426 on board for Brett. Wheels up launch there for Cabora. 005 red on the tree. McNiff keeping him very honest across the finish line. 9.04 with a 5, 146 there for Cabora. To a 9.1 for McNiff. Trent Pimmy in the Kev's Automotive VH Commodore. Taking on Michael Milazowicz. Milazowicz in this very nice Ford Capri. Capri running straight down the center of the rocket lane. 8.94 with a 6, 152. To a 10.07 at 134 there for Pimmy in the Commodore. Next up, Charlie Adard on a solo once again. Very nicely presented Holden Tirana. 496 cubes, a big block on board in this one. And I've given the all clear to go. Local racer from St Clair, just west of the racetrack. And Roseland through for a 9.47 with a 1. And looks like we're going to get into Super Gas. And we've got Roy Romeo for Burstall Auto Parts at Narellan. .350 Chev on board. Romeo away with an 021 light. Course looking for a 990. We're 994 with a 2. 151 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up we have Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Vince Panetta in that gorgeous H Tirana. Double 02 on the tree for Panetta. Physically see that gap on the racetrack, but here comes Catanzariti. And he's gone quick by 1,000ths of a second. 9.899 to a 9.97 with a 6. To a modified eliminator now, and that's Lou Cavanato leading the way at 7.49 with a 7, 180 mile an hour in that dragster to Lee Harder-Law's 8.05, I think it was, the little roadster. Dan Ryminster in the T-bucket, 204, Holden Power on board, taking on George Bukareshliev's front engine dragster. Bukareshlev into the 7s. Triple zero light there for Bukareshlev. I looked very sharp visually until I looked at the time, but certainly a 000. Perfect reaction time, 7.90 with the 4, 169 mile an hour. He will be your number 1 qualifier in a modified eliminator here. Locked in. Next up, Danielle McCaskill taking on Stephen Jones. Jones from Naminga, running for Northwest Parts and Performance, Armidale windscreens. Seems to be a whole host of races down from Armidale here today. Fantastic to see. McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding rear engine dragster. She's in the aeroflow lane. Nice clean pass there for McCaskill. 7.5, 1 with the 5. 180 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 982 with a 1 there for Steve Jones in the Alton. Next up, we'll see Jenny Petrie in the Wildfire Fiat Topolino, taking on Adriana McCaskill now. Adriana in the Rocket Lane. 598 cubes of big block Chev in the rear engine dragster. Petrie away with a red light, 007 red, 004 green for McCaskill. And McCaskill runs through for a 7.1, 1 with a 2 at 188. And Petrie in the aeroflow lane. 8.55 with a 2, 152. Next up, Alison Stewart in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Fiona Crisp in the Rocket. Crisp running for GT Skips. 434 cubes of Chevy on board. Stewart with the big block, 540. .044 for Stewart on the tree. 028 there for Crisp. Crisp is out in front right now and will take the win. 784 with a 1. 169 mile an hour through the finish line to an 815 with a 4 at 163 for Stewart. On track now, we've got Peter Carlton and Jess Turner. Just completed their burnouts, but the red lights are flashing. No, given the all clear now. We saw Jess Turner into the 670s, I think it was. 199 mile an hour on a first run here this morning. Carlton in a very traditional front engine dragster, injected small block. Turner with the 410 cube nitrous fed rear engine dragster. This thing went sub 1 second to the 60 foot. Again, just carrying that front wheel, 982 to the 60, an 043 light. Moved around a little bit at the finish line. 669 with an 8. 669 with an 8. I'm guessing that's a PB for the team. That's a fantastic pass. 669 with an 8, 196 mile an hour. Ever so slightly to the quicker to the 60 foot on that pass than the previous. Another pair of front engine dragsters on the start line now. Craig Davies and Gary Durrington. Durrington with the 6-cylinder on board. Davies with the small block chef. 040 for Davies in the Aeroflow lane. He's out in front and will take the win. 831 with the 7. 159 mile an hour to a 10.002 for Durrington at 130. Next up, Joe Zulu. Taking on Kelsey Walford-Lay. Zulu in the 6-cylinder powered front engine dragster, running for Professionals Realty at Kishula, and Walford-Lay running for Skips Fire Services. 003 on the tree for Walford. Nice lead for her out in front. And 806 with a fall, 159 mile an hour. Probably a little bit slower than her first pass from memory, but nice reaction time all the same. 003. Looks like we're moving into Top Sportsman. And we've got Joe Gadolari for Exclusive Transport and the mob detailing in the VL Commodore, taking on Pete Lovering. Galari waiting patiently for Lovering to go through start line procedure. Gadolari moved around a little bit on the start line. Lovering 106 to the 60 and rolls on through for a 7.007, 140 mile an hour. Scadler in the other lane. 8:59 with the 3. 1:58 through the finish line. All right, we're back underway with a top sportsman qualifying session number 2. Just had a little bit of precipitation at the bottom end of the racetrack. On track now, Lisa Sargent and Paul Galea. Galea in the Porsche, Sargent in the Chevy Nova. Sargent out in front and takes this one. 8.56 with a 4, 156 mile an hour. Taking on Jeffrey Sargent, this time is Stephen Willies. Sargent in the aeroflow lane. Looks like some issues for Sargent. Had a big burnout once again, but the car looks to have stopped and unfortunately being pushed back. And leaving Willies to go on a solo. A15 red on the tree for Willies. And at the bottom end of the racetrack, 812 with a 5, 168. This should be loud and noisy. 2 blown injected small block Chevs. Craig Corbett in the rocket lane in the Holden Commodore. Blown 406. Taking on Dave Whitmore's blown 400. Unfortunately, looks like this might be a little bit more wet stuff down the bottom end of the racetrack. Unfortunately, that is the direction that it comes from. Will running over to Corbett's car to open the door. We can see the cabin well and truly full of smoke. All right, top sportsman qualifying session, round number 2, take 3. Josh Boscovich on the start line in the XA Coupe, nitrous fed 410 cubed Fontana. Taking on Joe Sorbello's supercharged LS2 in the Datsun Skyline. Nice was up launch for Boscovich, moved over slightly towards the wall. Out in front of Sorbello, the Falcon will get there first. 10.50 with a 2. 1.56 through the finish line to an 8.97 with a 4 for Sorbello in the rocket lane. Next up, we've got Daniel Jones in the Chevy Cobalt. Up from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. 565 cubes of Chevy on board this one. Jones away with an 0.89 light. And runs on through for 7.34 with a 6, 187 mile an hour through the finish line. And 1.08 to the 60. Another strong burnout from both races here on the start line. Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova for Grant's Performance. Taking on Craig Corbett in the JM Auto Repairs Holden Commodore. Nice wheels up launch for the Nova. Nice and straight. He's out in front at the moment. A little bit of fume out of the Commodore, but the Nova will take the win. 8.04 at 169 and went... Corbett went 8.01 with a 9, 167 mile an hour. So very close in performance, both ends of the score. Good side-by-side race there. Next up in the rocket lane will be Ant Lynch in the VH Commodore. 427 cubes. On board, running for Lynch Building Group.